Thought I'd try something a bit different today, and I'm just gonna live stream painting a green screen room. Well, I'm only gonna paint this wall. I'll show you what I'm doing. I'm going to pretty much paint that wall all the way up to the roof, and I'm gonna paint part of the ceiling and also that wall there down to the floor, and I'll even do a little bit of the floor along here as well. So that's pretty much what I'll be doing today. So don't expect too much more, because that's pretty much all I'm doing. Okay, so enjoy. Anyone who's interested in a bit of kind of meditative painting, that's what I'm doing. So the paint I'm using is, got it on my hands, is a paint called Green Flash. So let's see, I'll wipe that off on the wall. And that's pretty much what I'll be doing today. Right, so we are live. And this way I can chat with anyone. If you have any questions, please feel free to started. Right, so with this green screen, hopefully it will be registered on an OBS. See, shall we? Yeah. Don't you hate those little bits of paint? So this is a little bit of a different stream today. We just doing some prep work really. I'm not even sure how good this audio is, whether you can even hear the audio, but you know, let's see how we go. Now I could remove this, but I've got power going into the and I can always clean it later anyway. Okay, so back in my uni days, I did do a little bit of painting, so I'm being pretty rough with it. But yeah, that's sort of the plan, is to actually do a bit more live streaming. So I might as well prep the area. It's going pretty well. So what do I talk about? I mean, geez, these live streams, the gamers, what do they talk about? I don't know. Talk about interesting stuff. I know what's been happening in the world of streaming and stuff is of course the Andrew Tate debacle. Because I'll leave the camera. To continue. left-handed. So, just, unfortunately, I have a bit of a perfectionist streak. So, fortunately, I've also overcome that perfectionist streak. Yeah, I used to spend so much time being a total perfectionist, trying to get everything just right, but actually during my graphic design days, I learnt to just let go, just do the best you can and move on. Otherwise, like anything in life, you can always tweak things more the more time you spend on things. So I kind of realised that, and especially when you've got clients breathing down your neck saying, come on, we want your designs now. I could have masked that off, but hey, you know, I'll just try to go as best I can. Okay, it's pretty good. Two bananas. Right, let's see. That is very good. Now, try and get as much paint off this as possible. Hopefully the roller will work. I'm only doing the undercoat with a brush because when I do the overcoat, when I do the second and third coats, then I'll actually use a roller just to get that nice smooth texture. But for now, it's just get the green on, huh? Thanks for the likes, guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the likes, y'all, because I really appreciate that. So you don't have to watch the whole thing. Just check in when you feel like it. If you just want something to watch, which is just a bit of painting. So we are getting there. Let's see if we need a bit more paint into the excuse me, to the situation. actually use a spoon, it would be much easier. Okay, try and get all that off as possible, and that as possible. So I've been trying to, flicker, kind of like that. Okay, that's cleaned up. And don't worry, my future live streams won't just be me painting stuff. Although, you know, it's keeping me honest, keeping me in check. Just so you know that this channel is continuing on, and I will actually be back into it at some point. Sounds like the dogs are playing up, being naughty. Don't know what they're doing though. Alright. Okay. So yeah, thanks for joining the stream. It's not a great deal happening other than watching paint go onto a wall. So this is the green screen wall for the exciting new phase of the stream. What's going on now? So just waffle on and waffle on and waffle on about stuff. And maybe I can try the roller. I'll try the roller. See how this goes. Doesn't go on as well. I think I'll stick to the brush actually. Yeah, brush goes on thicker. So the challenge is to paint without any drop sheets or masking tape or even painter's overalls. Let's see if I can do this whole thing without getting any green on me or on in the studio, other than on the walls and the ceiling. Yes, I know this is not tech related, but this is what you have to do to get to that point of making videos. It's this mundane studio building stuff. And you know, I've watched people painting and mowing lawns, so it can be a bit therapeutic just watching someone do their work. So hence why I'm testing out this whole streaming side of YouTube. Because I'm sure I could probably do it quicker or with better equipment, but let's just see how we go. And this is only the first coat anyway. So hopefully by doing this by brush and not by roller, because I did try this stupid roller and it kind of rolled it on too thin. So just try and get as much paint off it as possible. So I can kind of get it on better or thicker with the brush, which means that I might be able to get away with only doing 2 coats. So I did the walls and I did the ceiling 2 coats of white paint and it came out quite well. Had I done it with the roller, I probably would have had to have done, say, 3 or 4 coats. Now it does recommend with this paint that I'm painting on now that you do 4 coats, but hey. I'm just going to see how we go. first coat. Time out.
I'll show you this that I just found on Marketplace. That would be a fantastic idea, but I don't know where to fit it. I put it here, I put it here, but I don't think so. Or Zach's room. But I was looking at that's high. It's cupboards. And I put it there. Couch in front of it, and then you put the couch in front of it. It would block the window here. There's nowhere else. And it's 2.9, almost 3 meters wide. I'd almost put it in the oven, but it's only double. And a great big spare bed and lots of closet space. So I thought up against sex or fits. She said bed function may think that it springs are yet. Yeah. Chair. Yeah. mean, you don't want to sleep in the kitchen.
No.
But if you needed to stay there urgently,
Yeah. Where's the girl? Is he?
of course. She's
Okay.
always in the most comfortable.
Back to it.
Okay, my sizzle ring.
And we're back into it. So here we go. Hopefully I've got enough paint. easy. Yeah.
Hey?
She's itching herself.
No, Tina. No.
So what?
Got another clinic coming on board.
Oh wow.
Dandenong.
First coat.
You got the ceiling though.
Yeah, I'm doing so to about there.
Oh. Can you do it to the first panel?
If I've got enough paint.
Could you do the whole ceiling? Oh, you've got it on your cheek.
Oh no, I don't.
Oh no, it's the light.
Yeah, no. The challenge is to not.
Oh, it's the light.
Yeah,
You
so
got green.
I can't do the whole ceiling because it'll throw light
Okay.
all over me.
Yeah, alright.
So I'm only doing it.
Can you do it to the first panel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's good. Where's the clinic?
Dandenong, Christian
Yeah.
time.
They know how to get the sites, eh?
I told. Okay, Zena, come on, darling. Come on, Zena.
Thanks, bro. back to it. Great idea. Thank you. Thanks.
How do you accomplish something? Hello. Something important is happening in the live streaming world, and I came across one of the most instructive and future-telling videos about the space, and we have to talk about it. I've never seen a breakdown of the future of the live streaming space so well explained inadvertently in a video. So it should be no surprise that this video is actually from Pokimane, one of the greatest content creators the internet has ever known. And if you're interested in the future of live streaming, this is the video for you. Before we begin, I'm Devin Nash. I own an ad agency called Nova, which builds authentic creative campaigns to connect influencers and brands together. I'm super fascinated with marketing and advertising in the media world, so you are here for a deep dive into that subject, and we are not going to disappoint. The context of this is a video that Pokimane made a few days ago at the time of this recording that basically kind of outlines her thoughts on streaming going forward, as she's been streaming now for the better part of 7 years. And it also coincides with an interesting clip we're going to look at later from Ninja, where he basically just quits Fortnite on the spot, says he needs a break from streaming, changes all of his social media accounts. We're going to kind of look into that as well. But all of this is instructive, and I think that this is the best video I've ever seen that describes what the long-term future of streaming is like, and what a lot of the broadcasters at a top level are going through or are going to go through. And that is what we are talking about here. So let's start with a premise. I'm going to make a kind of bold claim here that I don't think, and I haven't thought for a long time, that the future of live streaming is sustainable. So what do I mean by that? What I'm saying is, I don't think that live streaming, like streaming on Twitch, streaming on YouTube Live, the process of live streaming as it is something that most people can keep up for multiple years. I think that the top people in this industry are going to have very short careers, and that most people are going to find as they're going up through the tiers of viewership and partnership that the live streaming space is not going to support what they want out of their life. That's a pretty crazy claim, because I'm basically saying that like live streaming is sort of doomed to fail. But I'm going to explain that in the context of this video, as Pokimane put some really great points to this, and there's some pretty big announcements from her in here. And we're going to talk a little bit about that, but mostly focus on some of the things she said. So I want to start with this right here, which is why she is taking a break, or why she took a break, and then what's going to continue to happen. Let's read those.
But I can build up the courage. Of course, for starters, all the classic reasons that people take breaks, feeling burnt out, or tired of reading the same annoying comments. I moved and I didn't realize, like for the first couple of weeks, how much I had been putting off doing all the things I needed to do to take care of myself.
So she says right here, like, okay, there's good. Like, I'm getting these same comments over and over, and this is supported too by this clip, and then we're gonna kind of talk about this.
Recognize that putting myself out there so much, especially streaming, it revolves around this constant.
How do you accomplish so much of these games?
Telling you what they think of you. From.
So this is the first kind of thing I want to talk about in live streaming that is really unique from all other forms of new media. You get comments in a way in live streaming that you absolutely just don't get through any other method. Like Twitter and YouTube and everybody that has been a content creator in any sense can look at probably hundreds of negative comments that have been made about them over time. The most popular people, at least. Whether it be like Reddit threads made about them or Twitter threads or whatever. But all of that kind of feedback is sort of opt-in. You can actually put processes in your life, and most successful content creators do end up doing this, where you mitigate the amount of negative feedback that's coming in. But Twitch and other live streaming doesn't allow you to do that. The chat is live, so you're getting that feedback in real time, often before your moderators can ban it. So I think that this actually produces two effects. In normal people, it produces the effect that Pokimane has, which is that it just becomes exhausting over time. Keep in mind that the average streaming schedule, we're going to talk about this more, this is important later, that the average streaming schedule is 7 to 8 hours a day, where top broadcasters are broadcasting upwards of 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week. These are just crazy hours, and that entire time, you've got this constant feedback loop of like chat coming in, and not all of it is positive, especially for what I've made many videos about this, women content creators in Twitch, and live streaming services are notoriously objectified, have tons of problems with chat, but it's everywhere. That negativity is everywhere. There are some positive comments, but the human mind tends to navigate negative comments and appropriate those to add more importance than positive comments. So unfortunately, we focus on the negative comments, and they keep stacking up. So Pokimane talks a little bit about that kind of aforementioned, like, objectification, like specific to her, like right here. She didn't say much about it.
Like for example, if people only reacted positively when I wear my hair straight, or when I take photos like this, or when I do that, like you kind of just figure, oh, this is my job, I should just keep doing what performs or does well.
So what she starts to state here is that she doesn't get a lot of time because she's getting all of this feedback. That she doesn't get a lot of time to actually step back and go, okay, what do I personally want, like out of this? What do I want? And so as I mentioned before, this feedback loop that she was talking about in the former clip has the effect on normal people of basically saying, okay, this is exhausting. There's just so much feedback. I need to think about myself sometimes. I need to like step back. And so people like Pokimane take these breaks periodically. But it also produces another effect that I think is not really talked about. In fact, I haven't really heard anybody talk about in the Twitch space, which is this feeds the egos of narcissists, and it's why we tend to see narcissists at the top levels of Twitch. What do I mean by narcissists? I mean people that are obsessed with themselves. So if you listen to the number of times that the average broadcaster over 20,000 viewers is talking about themselves or says the word I, it's very instructive as to how many, like, what they think of their personalities. These are generally a lot of people that succeed on Twitch at high levels are obsessed with themselves to an insane degree, and they're always talking about themselves. Extreme, or what we call grandiose narcissists in psychology. I shouldn't say we's, I'm not like a psychologist. I have a degree in psychology, but I don't think that means anything. But like what psychologists call grandiose narcissists are people who are able to think about themselves all the time, but importantly, they're also able to caveat like all of the negative commentary about themselves and just like write it off instantly as BS and then just keep going. And so I think that the state of live streaming ostracizes normal people, and either they have to take long breaks because they're getting all this negative feedback and they're like, oh my god, and it's just the same repeats of stuff over and over again, or they are narcissists and they absorb it all and they get bigger and bigger and more inflated, and that is a vicious cycle that is happening on platforms like Twitch, where large broadcasters kind of get a community around them that starts to feed into whatever narrative that they are wanting to broadcast, and that narrative becomes stronger, that community becomes more insulated, and this is not just the only place we're seeing this happen. We're seeing this happen kind of all over the world with politicians and leaders. Social media is creating this kind of bubble. New media is creating this bubble where groups of people led by narcissists are getting more and more cemented in their thoughts, and it's harder to move them. So I think Twitch is polarizing people at that is kind of forcing live streamers sort of out of space that don't have this that have a filter that are healthy, which is not good because we start getting I'm sure I should list them here, but I'm sure you could imagine a lot of the top personalities on Twitch right now that may not be the most ethical people or the most morally interested in their community being the best it can be. And I've spoken before about the moral obligation of Twitch streamers or people with platforms. I think if you have a platform, you ought to do well by the people that you are in that platform. You have a gift, really. Like it's hard to get people to have to pay attention to you. If you have that, you should spend it. You should spend that as a currency wisely to take care of those people, right? And a lot of people don't. Unfortunately, narcissists are the last people we want to trust to do this. And so I've seen a lot of top content creators, especially lately, that are coming up through Twitch with personalities that just do not fit the bill for taking care of the community. It's really unfortunate. So let's keep talking though. So she starts to describe something that I think is going to happen to a lot of broadcasters here, which is and it's really so let's watch this.
What I mean by that is I think my break really cemented within me this feeling I have to want to do a lot more than just streaming.
So this is something that I think I've thought a lot about in the context of top creators, and it's something that when we started seeing the exodus to YouTube by larger creators like Ludwig, almost all of them in their departure videos said, sure, I get a bag for moving off this platform of Twitch and going to YouTube, but the streaming hours that it requires to be successful on a platform like Twitch are insane. Like, you gotta realize that the top broadcasters are putting in north of 220 to 250 hours a month into, for context, that's like 70, 80-hour weeks of just being online. That's not including like any of the other stuff that goes into being a broadcaster. I mean, these are just wildly crazy schedules compared to any other new media creators like YouTubers who spend a fraction of that time. Even the people that are making highly produced content can outsource it better with teams, but in live streaming, it's just you. It's only you that can really do it. And sure, you can have like support networks, but ultimately like the hours in are the hours in. And that also supported by the fact that you're not only in that space, you're also in this constant competitive environment. Pokimane talks about that a little bit here.
It feels like I just don't really want to participate in the rat race that is streaming, to be honest.
And let's go a little bit forward because she talks about it even more.
And it's not the same pace and frequency that I feel is expected of full-time streamers. Whether you guys realize it or not, there's such a pressure on streamers to follow every trend, to capitalize on viewership, to stream longer than the guy next to them or the guy that they share similar viewership with. Like, it's just a hyper-competitive industry. But ultimately, the reason I say this is because I'm just at a point in my life where it doesn't feel creatively fulfilling to think into that.
This is the most important clip in this video, I think, and everything in this sentence and what she just said is like so instructive to how top content creators are thinking right now. Pokimane is not alone in this. She's just one of the first people to really come out and talk about it, especially in such an eloquent way. So let's break down like kind of what she said. So whether you know it or not, there's such a pressure on streaming to follow every trend, capitalize on viewership, or stream longer. Why? Because Twitch is a kingmaker system. Even though the recommendation system on Twitch has gotten better over the past year and a half, the top broadcasts on Twitch that have the most viewership are always competing for viewers. You can look at a video I did, I'm not sure what it's called, but I could refer to it or I can link to it afterwards in the description. But it shows the percentage crossover of audience between large broadcasters is somewhere in the realm of 10 to 30% of the total viewership, often higher than lower. So I would err on the side of like 25 to 30%. Meaning that like between BizKiff or XQC's audience, two top content creators on Twitch, you're actually getting about 3 out of every 10 people being the same people watching that content. So if both of those people are online at the same time, then the content that is currently more interesting is going to perform better. It's going to get higher viewership. So this is forcing broadcasters to stream longer hours to sort of just endure their competition. You see this like XQC, who's like psychotically able to broadcast 12 to 14 hour days every single day, and there's no surprise if he's the top #1 on Twitch. You see this in all content creators at this level are putting in these hours because there's this sort of pressure system on Twitch and on live streaming services that creates this this feeling that you always need to be live, and if you don't capitalize on XYZ news, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial or the Chris Will Smith stuff, you have to react to every single thing that every single person is doing, and that brings you to the second part of what she said, which is it doesn't feel creatively fulfilling to do that. This is really important. I think this describes a future at Twitch that is important. We're going to bring up the notepad because, it's a Devin Nash video. So the premise is Twitch isn't really sustainable for the long term. And I should say really live streaming isn't really sustainable, live streaming in its current form. Because I don't think that includes some new forms of live streaming like TikTok Live or Instagram Live. We'll talk about that in a little bit if I remember, not in my notes. And there's a couple of premises we've established here, right? We've established long hours. We've established huge mental health requirements, which I also put in a video about streamer mental health. You just Google that, Devin Nash comes out. But now we also see this important point, which is inherently low fulfillment. What does that mean? We're going to put in parentheses gaming and drama. Okay. So what Pokimane says here about it not feeling creatively fulfilling to stream, I think what that means is that, a lot of broadcasters, when they start off, they're quite young. So some of them are starting off at like 18, 17, 16. I think Pokimane started when she was 16 and she was in school and then continued. Now it's been almost 10 years. She could have been 8 years, but somewhere in that realm. And when you are that age, things like gaming and drama, more immediate things are more interesting to you. That's why you see a lot of the people that are following Twitch live streamers at like the top levels trend to like very young audiences. I think Twitch is very hesitant to talk about its 12 to 18-year-old audience because it doesn't want to ostracize advertisers. There's also some implications to that as well, like YouTube had to go through, where YouTube had to do eventually YouTube got affected by an act in the United States Congress called the COPPA Act, which made it illegal to advertise on videos that were for kids. The justification being that advertising to kids, they don't have like the maturity to build up like barriers to advertising that adults do, and so it was deemed harmful to advertise to kids, and pretty much overnight you saw a bunch of YouTube channels that were made for kids that were farming money because the CPM was insanely high. Basically just disappear overnight, and Twitch doesn't want to go through the same thing, so they don't like release age stuff that much, and when they do, they really downplay the 12 to 18-year-old audience. I think the 12 to 18-year-old audience is way higher than Twitch says it is, and I would put it 40%, no problem. And all of our data at the agency is so I think that when you're looking at those age groups, you tend to find people who are less interested in big picture stuff and like and the streamers themselves, right, are also interested in that gaming drama. So the system works. The problem is that as people grow up, they start to want more out of not only like the content they're consuming, but also what they're doing. So like I'm actually a perfect example of this for people that are watching this for the first time or don't know who I am. I am a Twitch partner, and I haven't been live streaming for the better part of a year now. But formerly in 2012, when I was much younger, right, I was dancing around playing League of Legends all day and joking with chat. And as I grew up and I started to become more interested in other things, I wanted to start a business. I wanted to scale my life. I didn't want to do one-to-one live stream where every hour that I put in is an hour that I get paid for. I wanted, maybe it's a lot of money, but it's not leverage, right? Leverage is I can invest my time in creating a vehicle that makes me more time or more money. Same thing. So you can't do that in live streaming. So it's really hard unless you diversify to other platforms, which is the fourth problem, right? Is no leverage. And what Pokimane is saying here, by it doesn't feel creatively fulfilling, is the same realization that I think a lot of content creators at the top levels of Twitch are eventually going to have. Almost everybody is like by 30, except like the most degenerate people are going to be like, man, what else is there? Like I can't just keep doing the Fortnite dance for people. And we saw, I think that's where Ninja has been for a long time. Ninja just recently had, I said we would talk about this. Ninja just recently kind of had this sudden blow up on stream. This was a couple of days ago, where he basically just like, I'm done. And he just, and I think he says,
I'm sorry, I know where you're supposed to play. I can't. I'm sorry, I'll talk later. Chat, I don't know when I'm gonna be live, man. I don't know when I'm gonna be live next, but
now there's been some interesting stuff around this in particular. For example, like he changed his name on like a bunch of social media platforms, and then like shortly after was departed from Twitch. So who knows? This could be like a marketing ploy or something for him switching platforms or something. Kind of seems like something he would do. But it gets something that we've seen from a lot of broadcasters, which is like, I do believe that he genuinely tilted here, otherwise he's a fantastic actor, and he was just like, I'm done, and just kind of like rage quits off stream. There are a lot of instances of this, and it's just like, once you are just older, you just don't want to deal with the same BS that you've dealt with before. Like this is just like kid high school shit issues. There's so many, I run into this so many times in the agency world, where either it's an influencer issue, or something going on with some drama or beef between two people, and I'm an older guy now. Like I'm building up a family. I've got like priorities outside of like what I'm doing here. I've got like a lot of goals and hobbies and shit that I pursue. I just don't care about this stuff, and like you probably feel the same, right? Like especially if you're how many minutes into a Devin Nash video, right? Like you're 20 minutes into a Devin Nash video right now. You're probably not the person who's going to be like, wow, what's the next thing that. The next beef that XQC is gonna have, like it just feels very banal and like good to you, and that's what Pokimane means out of this creatively fulfilling thing. So I think what this does is this creates like a cap, right? There's like a ceiling where every content creator is just gonna get sick of what made them popular. We've seen this again with like people like Greek God X, where he started off, he was known for jumping around his room and to loud
Steampunk
right?
TV
And now he's just like, I don't
becomes
want to do that.
popular
Like I
painting
don't
walls.
want
Oh,
that
God.
to be a thing. I want to do something more meaningful. I want to create something more meaningful. Now, like that's what you're gonna see out of like basically all of these broadcasts. Now here's the real kind of, I think, notorious thing about this is that see, now I think that Twitch knows this, and that Twitch is trying to put pressure on large streamers to prevent this from happening. And you might think I'm crazy, but let's listen to this real quick.
I feel like there's this pressure that people put on me, contracts put on me, that makes me feel like Twitch has to be bread and butter. Streaming and gaming has to be the main thing that I do. And I think I just wanted to talk about it so I could mentally like remove that pressure.
So what happened? What is she saying here? This is also really important, right? Is that Twitch puts pressure on large streamers through paid contracts. So Twitch pays a ton of money to large broadcasters to keep them streaming. And what is the number one goal of those contracts? In those contracts, what is listed? It's time stream. Talk to any broadcaster at the highest levels and say, what are your KPIs? What are your goals? What are your incentives? What is your payment based on? It is all usually absurd amounts of hours streamed. So I negotiated many of these contracts. I've seen many of these contracts. I'm under NDA for all of them, so I can't tell you the details about them. But I can tell you that universally across every single contract I've seen, and everyone I've been reported to see, is the hours streamed that makes these contracts super duper important. And like it's the KPIs that are tracked in those contracts that is most relevant. So Twitch knows about this burnout and knows that streamer time is not leveraged, meaning 1 hour in equals 1 hour of work, right? You can't ever leverage that time. You can't really have someone else stream for you. You can't really hire people to create content and then post it on your stream. It doesn't really work. People come for you. So Twitch knows this, and they are making people stream more. Now, why would they be doing that? Well, I'm going to tell you why after we talk about this. You're 24 minutes into a Devin Nash video, which means this is time for the secret call out. I love this part. If y'all are watching this still, oh my goodness, thank you for being so interested in deep dives of marketing and advertising. Post a comment and let me know that you are 24 minutes into this, you made it. And I appreciate you. Thank you. Some of the people from the last videos were like, oh, like I watched the whole thing. I can't believe the videos aren't longer. And I'm like, wait, what do you mean? And then real quick, if y'all like what this is and you want to support it, you don't have to. It's always going to be free. I made about like 75-ish videos on patreon.com/DevinNash. $5, you get access to all of them. It's more marketing, business advertising, teaching more of the specifics about marketing and how to run a business that I don't think I can do on this channel because it's just not as popular of a topic. So if you're interested in that, go check out the Patreon. $5 gives you access to all those videos. If you don't want to support it, don't even worry. If you can't support it, you can't financially support it, then absolutely don't support it. It's just to help me out and make more of these videos possible. Secondly, I do want to talk about Novo real quick. Novo is our agency. Go check out nexus.novo.tv. If you are a creator, if you are a person who is creating content, we have a service that is absolutely free, will always be free, and it helps you connect to sponsors. I'm just trying to get more creators opportunities for sponsors. So go check that out. It's at nexus.novo.tv or it's in the description down below. So now I'm going to tell you, thank you for waiting through that, basically why Twitch is pressuring long streaming hours through contracts. Well, the answer is Twitch is in a bind, okay? And Twitch and Amazon is in a bind. Where on YouTube, more views on a video equals more hours watched, equals more time to watch ads. But on Twitch, if a person isn't live, no ads are shown. So I can create a YouTube video. Ads can be shown perpetually on that video 24 hours a day. But Twitch, if a person isn't live, if huge amount of downtime or offline time that Twitch can't show ads. Now, that's bad because Twitch can only really monetize their ads. People that say, well, they can monetize their subscriptions or bits. The problem with subscriptions or bits is they're not scalable. You always make the same amount of money if you're Twitch off of a subscription, which isn't much. And the prices of running a platform like Twitch are extremely high. Any kind of live streaming platform requires large investments because of the encoding that goes into it, because you're constantly streaming 1080p data. It's a lot of data. So Twitch can't really realistically make money off of subscriptions in the way that is like profitable, or the ROI or the returns that a business like Amazon would expect. Like, they can only do that through ads. Ads are something that you can dynamically price. You can price it based on your targeting. You can price it based on category. So things like finance will always cost more than something that's like Minecraft or something. So Twitch has a essentially limitless profitability option with ads, but their limit is actually the availability of broadcasters to show these ads. This is why Twitch has implemented incentive programs such as the ad bounty system, and it's also why they're willing to pay hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. Number one, to keep broadcasters on the platform in form of exclusive contracts, but also to ensure that they are streaming the longest amount of time most ads so they can make the most money. But unfortunately, this is something that is really unsustainable for broadcasters. Broadcasters like Pokemon, who have already made millions and millions of dollars, are not going to tolerate contracts like this, I think. I think eventually what will happen is either A, they will move to platforms with less expectation on those hours. For example, YouTube. Or YouTube, you can go make a live stream. The YouTube contracts, YouTube's very public about these contracts. They don't mind you talking about them, where Twitch is very secretive. They put everybody under NDAs, and nobody can talk about what their CPMs are. Nobody can talk about what their hours are. One of the things just a quick note, I'm gonna rant for a second, because I have time, it's a Devin Nash video. As an agent, as a person in the agency world, as an owner in the agency world, I hate lack of transparency in contracts. You want to see a contract of mine, I will send it to you full stop. I sent my contract to Kotaku, I sent my contract to Wired, I sent my contract to the Washington Post. I don't care, right? I have nothing to hide. But when YouTube is very forthcoming with their partners and says, yeah, talk about our contracts, whatever, you can see that the hours in their contracts are like streaming 100 hours a month, which like that might sound like a lot, but really that's like what, 30 hours, not even 30 hours a week, right? 20 hours a week? Yeah, literally like 20, 40, 60, 80, 25 hours a week, right? So Twitch is very secretive about this, and my experience is when somebody is hiding their contracts, it's almost always because they have something to hide, right? So it annoys me, but that they're not transparent about this. And then when they do show contracts, like affiliate contracts, partner contracts, they're very vague and they're wording with stuff like exclusivity, which gets kind of argument stuff like that we talked about a couple videos ago. So I think ultimately people will either move to other platforms. They'll move to places like YouTube where the streaming requirements are less, and they can leverage the power of video on demand, where they can get 24 hours of their videos being monetized, and they'll make a little bit less money because, you know, at a certain level of success, that happiness is no longer correlated with the amount of money they're making, and that is absolutely where Pokemon is at. And so these content creators will start to find that the convenience of other platforms like Instagram, or the convenience of other platforms like YouTube is just better. It's better for a more fulfilling life. Listen to this.
Lastly, and frankly, I've just been enjoying my time exploring other platforms. Like, it's nice to just take a quick Insta story and share it, and then continue with my life. Or sit down for 10 minutes and film a little TikTok story time and upload it, and then continue about my day. Like, it's nice to be a little more like light touch here and there.
Right, because you don't have to spend 6 to 8 hours. When you click the start streaming button, you're essentially committing to a 6 to 8 hour like stint in video games, which is like a lot. Like, right? like that's like, it's like a huge commitment when you click that button. It's one of the reasons why a lot of small content creators, and if you're one of these people, you can post a comment and support this. I know I've heard this from hundreds of you, where clicking the live streaming button can be a super daunting task. I mean, I was there, right? Like I was. When I was live streaming, it was always hard to click the start streaming button because I knew I was in that for the next 8 to 10 hours. That was it. And this cycle of content creation at this level can be exhausting, right? It's it's just so tiring at some point where you're doing this every single day. And here's the thing that I want to circle back on is this idea of like the top broadcasters and what we're sort of creating with this kind of ecosystem. What sort of people do you think get popular and appeal to more people? You have to appeal to base emotions, right? So like you have to like the thing is what Pokimane is I think seen, and I think all these top broadcasters are starting to see, is that if you want to get more popular, if you, like this cycle of content creation requires you to appeal to more base emotions like negativity, drama, politics, divisionary type of topics, right? You can't even create the stuff you want to create in that amount of time. You kind of have to hype up like a lot of like drama stuff, react stuff, or things that get those eyeballs so that you can keep in what Pokimane properly referred to as the rat race. And as I have written down, this is exhausting. This is so tiring for normal people. But for people that are into this sort of thing, and again, I don't want to mention names, but I'm sure we could all think of them. The people that find this invigorating and love the attention they're getting from bringing on these dramatic issues, we start to platform and elevate people that have a way worse moral compass, and they what they see is they see the connection between, ooh, if I create more drama, if I skirt the line, then I will get more views. And if you don't have the moral compass or just the normality to step back and say, you know what, that's not for me, or maybe I want to create some good in the world instead, or put a good positive message out there, it starts to elevate very evil people. And I think that's what we're seeing on Twitch. There's a lot of the up and coming people, not all of them, but many of them that are upcoming and are starting to get into things like gambling, which are some of the most viewed things on Twitch, which are absolutely objectively harmful to people that are in the other audience, probably everyone. They're starting to platform people that are more questionable. But I don't even want to bring up these people because I could have made a video about some of the people that have been recently deplatformed, and I think even bringing those names up just brings them attention they don't deserve. But some of those people platform those people, and that's not good for younger audiences and audiences in general. So as people, this is starting to attract and elevate some of the people that are okay with really questionable stuff to get viewers, and then the more normal and positivity creating broadcasters like Pokimane sort of take a step back and say, I want to do stuff that's more fulfilling, that doesn't have this kind of requirement on my time, that doesn't take this out of me, and I want to create something more meaningful. So we elevate these kind of questionable people up, these sus people, as you could say, and then we pull back on the people that are messaging with positivity because they're just normal. They can't take this kind of rigorous schedule. So who can blame them? Like what other job out there requires this kind of commitment? You know, any other job like this that meets these four. I mean, I can't even think of it. I was going to think of doctors, right? Because of the long hours and deep mental health requirements, but they have high fulfillment. Like they're saving lives most of the time, and they have leverage. You can build practices or build hospitals or private care, things like that. So it's hard to find a job that has all of this, and I think people come into realizing that once you start to get older and your energy isn't like limitless. That Twitch has a real problem, and so far Twitch's answer to it has been, well, we're just going to pay people a ton of money, and hopefully the elephant in the room will go away, and we'll just make these people stream 200 hours a month plus, and we'll do a contraction or whatever, and then we will be fine, and everyone will be happy, and Amazon will be happy, and like we'll be profitable, right? That's not an answer. Like your large streamers are going to fall off from under you, or you're going to have a platform that's just purely shit content, which is ultimately why I left, right? Like I stopped streaming because I just fundamentally disagree with like the direction that content is going on Twitch. I hate the fact that most of the stuff you can watch over 30,000 viewers concurrently is immoral and kind of just outright evil a lot of the time. And that's because, again, these broadcasters are encouraged to skirt the line, this gray area of like forever getting the most amount of eyeball stuff. You know, just skirting the ban cycle onto it. And there's exceptions. What the good news about live streaming is there's exceptions to this rule. And I talk about those. Some of the exceptions are, I find myself most of the time in smaller Path of Exile streams or smaller multiverses streams, are two of the games that I play quite a bit. And I love them. Like, just like small gaming communities that I think Twitch was built on. I think Twitch was built on the foundation of those. And we've moved away from that to a large degree. And there's been some cool innovations that's come out of that, like the content that some of the creators make, big show content, or some of the stuff in IRL is cool, right? Like some of the stuff that like people like Jacob make do, where they go out and show people the world and stuff. That's neat. But it's also come at the cost of like some really low effort React content and just sort of just bad stuff at the higher level and immoral stuff. And that's just like more than I want to put on. So I kind of just hang out on the smaller end of Twitch, where I think that quality is still preserved. And secondly, I do think that live streaming is changing the form of like TikTok as a platform, or like Instagram Live, where the inherent discovery of those platforms that start with a large user base, like TikTok started with 2 billion users before it even looked into live streaming. They created a live streaming platform and then fed that inherent discovery into the live streaming platform. So now you can go on TikTok right now and you can start up a stream and you will have 1,000 to 1,500 viewers if you were doing something interesting. That same thing is impossible on Twitch unless it's really interesting and it gets viral for some reason, or somebody brings that probably on their platform. Twitch's discovery system cannot and probably will never be able to support that kind of discovery. They just don't have the user base. Whereas like TikTok and Instagram Live now are enabling people to do real events in real time that have never been heard of before, which I think was like Twitch's dream in moving to IRL, but they just can't really do it because of the way they built their system. All of these other platforms like Instagram and TikTok Live are built on the back of other monetization systems and that are better. Same with YouTube, right? YouTube Live is built on the back of YouTube's VOD system, which can support YouTube Live. But Twitch never built their VOD system. Twitch and many live streaming services that are just exclusive to live streaming, Mixer, right? Same type of thing. Never had a VOD system, never had any system that supported it, so everything fell out from under it. All of these other platforms have that system, and then they can feed new users that want to check out live streams and don't want to dedicate like 6 to 8 hours of their day every day to watching like the latest thing that happened with XQC or Mizkif or whatever. They want instead to just check out something that's cool and then peace out and maybe not follow that content or whatever. So a content creator, you start to see a lot of interesting stuff show up that never showed up on Twitch. One of the things that like shows up on TikTok Live a lot are these QVC type broadcasts where a person has a store and they're selling something like fingernail extensions or little eggs that you can open up that are like RNG of what you get inside. And people donate in live in real time, and they have no association. There's no brand like association with this broadcaster in particular. It's just something interesting that they're doing. There's a dude that shoots ping pong balls into cups, and he actually built a brand on TikTok Live pretty successfully. I think like periodically has like 6,000, 10,000 concurrents. So people are really underestimating the success of these other live streaming platforms. And I think what's going to happen, if you know, to put a guess on it, I think that brands, and as long as Twitch continues this way, what Twitch really needs to do is build a supporting system like a VOD system, a competitive system that can keep people on the platform. And I think their best option is now is clips. And for some reason, they still haven't like normalized clips into like a central place where people can. This is just unbelievable that in 2022 we don't have this. That there's not a single page you can go to see like the top performing clips on the website. It'd be easy as hell to code, but they just don't have it. We rely on Reddit for that. Like, why do you have to go off platform to see that? And you just make an upvote system super easily, and then you can moderate them too, right? Like it's so you can own it on your website, and you get way more watch time because you can put the watch time on the website, and you can run ads against those. I just don't understand. It's the dumbest business ever. But anyway, because Twitch hasn't built those supporting systems, they are on the track right now of sort of inevitably failing, because what will happen is people that again the content will just go downhill. We'll have like a world star hip hop situation where it'll just be for people that are in live leagues, right? Like those people that are just kind of into that super friend shit, and then people that are actually interested in real engaging educated content, education and content will move to YouTube, will move to other platforms. Streamers who are making stuff that is more creatively fulfilling will move to those other platforms because there's less pressure on them. And people that are doing short form content, which is like, I just want to show up and run a shop for a while, will continue to create their broadcasts on TikTok Live or Instagram Live. They never even considered doing that stuff on Twitch. Like, you never even saw that cycle on Twitch. Nobody ever even tried it. It's because those platforms are so much more, so much better fitting for that type of stuff. So that's essentially all I wanted to talk about, and I think overall, and this just paints a really interesting picture of Twitch. I think this is probably the most interesting video that I've ever been able to make on the future of live streaming, and I'm blessed to be able to do it because Pokimane made such a phenomenal video about this is kind of the insight you can only get from a top creator. So I hope that you all enjoyed this video. Thank you very much for coming out for it. Again, subscribe to the Devin Nash channel if you want more of this. I make this kind of stuff all the time. Check out the Patreon if you're interested, and thank you for being here. Oh, and one more thing. We talk about this stuff all the time on discord.gg/Devin. Yeah, the link's down in the description down below. Thanks for staying for the whole video. Let me know what you think, and if you think that I'm right about Twitch's direction and where you think things are going, post in the comments and let me know. Thanks, everybody. Bye. Hello, everybody. In this video, I want to make a definitive guide on how to grow a small brand up to a larger brand, or how to take a medium-sized brand and grow it even more. If you are a creator who is just getting started in various different social media platforms, or you are an established creator looking for some good advice about how to build a brand, this is the video for you. My name is Devin Nash. I have built brands myself, as well as coached hundreds of people through building brands. I currently run an agency called Novo.tv, which is a creative agency that partners sponsors and creators together, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but I want to just get started right away. So thank you for coming. Let's go. We're going to separate this into 3 sections. The first one's going to be considerations for growing a brand. The second one is going to be what I call the 0 to 1 strategy, which is a tactical strategy for growing your brand. And the third is going to be the syndication strategy and platform strategy of where you should create and why, as well as a full strategy discussion of like how to think about building a brand. So by the end of this video, it's going to be comprehensive because all of my videos are, but you will have a comprehensive idea, you will have a full idea of how to build this brand. If you are serious about doing this, you may be thinking, oh, I can just go click on the 4-minute, 5-minute video that is going to tell me in a highly edited fashion exactly how to grow a brand. And guess what? That is loser mentality. You are never going to grow a brand that way. This takes hard work. This is not an easy thing to do. There are very few people that succeed on new media platforms, and the reason why is because people aren't willing to put in the work. So consider this your crash course on growing a brand that is going, and hopefully you take some notes and you can leave in the comment section if this worked for you, or if you started using these strategies and what happened. I'm not going to pull any punches here and make this a short video for the sake of the algorithm. I'm going to make this the right information that you need for free here right now. So, considerations for growing a brand. This is the easy part. We're going to start slow, and this is basically just in order to build a brand, you're going to first have to understand like what your brand is, and I think that you get there by asking yourself some key tactical questions. So this is going to be a pretty straightforward section. The first one is going to be what makes me unique, and how do I stand out / what am I doing different? So it might seem like a pretty obvious question, and it is, but it's one that I find most of the small creators that I interact with who have been doing something for a long time have not successfully answered. What makes me unique and how do I stand out means that if you're just parroting the same information that a ton of different creators are parroting across their platforms, or you're just kind of making content for the sake of making it. Like, oh, I want to teach business, or I want to teach fitness, right? And you're not speaking from your heart about what makes you unique. A lot of content creators think that they need to go very wide in order to start building a brand, especially like as a small brand, you need to go very wide and appeal to the most amount of people possible. But this is actually the opposite of what you need to do. What you need to do is you need to focus on a niche of people, a specific niche of people that are going to identify very strongly with what you're trying to say. So you might start out just appealing to people within a 5-year age demographic and one particular gender, right? Or you might start out with people who only buy a certain type of thing. Or you might start out with people who are only interested in one subsection, like painting Warhammer 40K figurines, okay? Like it's going to be something pretty niche. And from there, you're going to build that out as it gets bigger. You'll figure out how to reach larger and larger audiences. Or maybe you'll be fine with just the audience you have, and you'll find ways to monetize that audience effectively. So either way, though, in either case, you have to answer the question, what am I going to bring to this
Gotta love
that's
Devin
going to
Nash.
make it unique?
It's amazing.
Right,
isn't
so
it?
like let's take a fitness influencer who's just getting started, for example. There's a billion different ways on how to lift, there's a billion different ways on what healthy foods you're going to try, but there's probably not a channel that is discussing exactly how to build only lean muscle in 20 to, let's say, 40-year-old plus men, right? Like that's a really interesting topic that every 40-year-old might be interested in, that is looking to. And there's probably way fewer channels that are, I'm sure one exists on YouTube about that, just because it's such a massive platform, for example. But there are probably way fewer channels like that than, and so maybe you can bring that unique take to that because you are a 40-year-old man or something that has successfully done that. So likewise, let's say you're a 15 to 16-year-old girl and you're trying to look more toned, or you're trying to get fit, maybe appealing to teenagers and speaking to them in that particular way is what makes you unique. Maybe you have to really sit down like with a notepad, my favorite application in all the land, and you have to write down the things that you think you bring to the table that are unique. And you might say, well, Devin, I don't bring anything to the table that's unique. I don't believe that. I've never met anyone where that's true. I think that every single person has a unique voice. I think they just have to find it. And a lot of that is like the sort of fear working that you have to go through. But you have to do this. You have to figure out where you're different. So a good example of that for me is I have started very niche in what I do. I began by teaching people how to grow on Twitch. Just like this is how you grow a brand on Twitch. And then I expanded to teaching how to do that across the board. And now I broadly do marketing and advertising and attention, how to get attention on different types of platforms and kind of what platforms are doing, as well as like any kind of news and meta that's related to that. It's a pretty broad topic, and maybe I'll even expand later, but that in of itself is a niche and does very well for me because I'm an authority in that place. So that's a kind of a corollary to this, which is why am I an authority, / what value can I provide? Now, you might not be doing something educational, you might be doing something in entertainment, but even so, like, why are you entertaining? Like, what brings you to the table? Are you over the top? Are you silly? Are you like just like writing really good jokes? Are you a really good reactor? Right? Like all this stuff is stuff that you should quantify as you start to define what brand you are going to be. The second question to ask is, what platform am I going to focus on? There are tons of choices here. The ones that I'm covering for the sake of this video are YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, new media platforms, because that's what I understand. There are other places to build brands. You can build a brand in traditional advertising, build a brand in paid. But for this video, these are the expertises I have, so that's what I'm sharing with you. Generally speaking, this is going to come down, I'll also add written, right? So like things like LinkedIn blogs or Medium type stuff. This is going to come down to where you think your core competencies are and where you feel really strong. If you're like a comedic person, like maybe you want to get started on TikTok or Instagram, which are better for like short form content, like 30-second to 1 minute videos that are going to make that kind of entertaining impact. Maybe you're getting started in magic or something where you want to show people magic tricks. Very successful on TikTok, and it's better with those short form videos. Maybe you want to do more long form stuff, like the kind of stuff that I do, where I talk really comprehensively about subjects. You want to do something like YouTube or LinkedIn, if you're doing some kind of like educational type stuff. And maybe if you're doing a brand that is like featuring yourself, where maybe you're just like a really good looking guy or girl, maybe Instagram is for you, right? So thinking about what you're going to focus on, a lot of people have been kind of sucked in by some other content creators that suggest to you that you should be syndicating and creating content on a ton of different platforms. I don't think that's true. I think you should focus on one platform. You should build consistently on that platform and focus on quality and understanding it. And then you should syndicate to 2 maximum platforms in addition to that. We're going to talk about that in the syndication section 3. So here, you're going to be wanting to think about, what platform am I going to focus on and where am I going to sit? And the way to think about that is, okay, I feel like I make the best amount of impact in video form, or just audio or podcasting. You don't want to make a decision. Here's a big one, okay? You don't want to make a decision based on how successful you think the platform is or is going to be. That is a mistake. So if you think that like YouTube is your answer because YouTube is the highest growth potential, That's a macro thing, right? Just like if you think that you should stream absolutely on Twitch for live streaming. In a macro sense, that's true, but you're not in macro. You're not the industry. You're not economics. You are one person. So for you, it's going to be where your strength is. A lot of people make that mistake. They're like, oh, I should start on the best platform. But there's no best platform. There's just your platform. There are people making millions of dollars off of every single one of these techniques, right? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, as long as there's some attention there, it's going to be a platform that could work for you. So get that out of your head and instead focus on where you're best and where you think you're going to do. What is my actual product and service? Which may again seem like an obvious question, but just going through some of the problems that I run into with small to medium-sized creators is they don't actually understand this. So what value am I providing to a group of people? So you should be able to explain this really easily, and when anybody asks, you should be able to answer it almost immediately. Surprisingly, like if for a lot of channels, you might be building like a gaming channel. Like, you may not know. Like, maybe you're just uploading gaming videos. You have no idea what you're actually providing. I can tell you in 10 seconds what this channel is about, right? This channel is about giving you the #1 information on marketing and advertising. You won't find anything better anywhere else. That's what I do. That's like, if it comes down to marketing and advertising, which includes brand building, that kind of stuff, that's what I do. Super simple, right? That's my product. That's my service. That's my service really, because I don't really sell it. I just kind of talk about it here. So, my service is that. Your service could be entertaining people through awesome gaming clips where, like, in 15 seconds you're going to see the craziest Valorant play you've ever imagined, or in 30 seconds on a short you're going to see the coolest magic trick ever and you're going to want to subscribe for it, right? That's a good product or service, so that's the way to kind of think about this. You want to have a firm idea of what that is, because that contextualizes all the content you're going to create around it. So next and lastly, since you understand your business, you understand your platform, and you understand what makes you unique, you want to understand who is my customer. So what is my demographic? And importantly, where does my customer spend the most time? Or top 3 places. This is really important because it might inform what those 2 extra places you're going to syndicate to are. So for example, if you might want to get a start on YouTube, but you find that your type of customer, let's say you're a dancer, and you want to start dancing professionally. You might think of you might be the best by doing like syndicated YouTube videos, like highly produced videos, and then syndicating those videos to something like TikTok for 30 seconds because you know that your audience lives there and wants to watch dancing videos there. So figuring out your audience spends the most amount of their time informs you as to where you can go and how you can start building a brand. It's also going to help you with the 0 to 1 strategy that I'm going to discuss in just a moment. But overall, answering these questions are kind of the first basic questions you need to answer to build a brand. And beyond that, I wouldn't overthink it too much, because I think what happens to a lot of people is they're just not going to get started. You can answer these questions in 20 minutes and just by brainstorming it, and then go ahead and go to your creation. Like, don't stop and think about this stuff too long. You don't need a 10-page business plan or whatever. Most people don't even do this kind of work. And the people that succeed are just the people that are like uploading and making consistent stuff and just improving the quality and introspectively like looking at like what makes it better. Okay, so don't worry about that too much. Just get it done, have a good idea of it, and then go on to 0 to 1 strategy. So section 2, 0 to 1 strategy, is I first heard of this strategy or just the way it being called. 1 is greater than 0. From Gary Vaynerchuk. I think, at least as far as I'm concerned as a marketer, this is the #1 way to grow a brand from 0. And it's just objectively great. So what is 0 to 1? So 0 to 1 is based on 2 principles, okay? Principle number 1 is deeply connecting with potential people, viewers, customers, who interact with you. And number 2, putting yourself in places where discussions about what you do are happening. We're going through both. So what 0 to 1 basically is it means you are hand-to-hand contact, going out onto platforms, commenting, responding, replying to people, and as much interaction as possible, you're getting yourself out there. Here's the key though. You're not doing it with an intent or an ask. So if you reply to like a Reddit thread, you are not going in and saying, hey, by the way, follow me on my YouTube channel. You're just there to provide value. If you're on a Twitter thread and you answer a Twitter thread and you reply, you're there to make a 140 character or whatever the limit is now, valuable tweet, and then you leave it, and there's no asking it. So way too many people are asking right away. How many times have you been on a YouTube comment section, and you see, hey, look at my YouTube channel, go follow it. On a Twitch stream, hey, go follow my live Twitch stream, I'm streaming right now. How many times has anybody actually grown a brand by doing that? 0, right? So I am not talking about advertising. I'm talking about giving legitimate value in your area. So let's use a couple of platforms to exemplify how this works. So let's take Twitter, for example, okay? So find ongoing threads, or I like to call them meta topics, and respond to them with insightful commentary. And you're gonna set a goal of doing this X per day, like maybe 3 times per day. So let's say that you're teaching business education. You find 3 ongoing threads that are going on about like how to grow a business right now. Super easy to do, just use the Twitter search function. And you reply with your insight, just the best thing you can provide. Like maybe I look at some threads about how to grow on Twitter, and I just reply on the thread, and I say, yeah, I think what's going on Twitter right now is predominantly long form threads. And I think that's some of the people that are doing the best at that, right? But maybe I just reply something like that. Now, again, no ask, but you better believe that I'm going to have links to everything that I want to do on my actual bio. So the idea is that people will see that, they'll be like, that was valuable, I got something from that, and then they click through to and they follow you or they engage with you at that point. You're basically trusting the potential customer to come to you because they are, they have seen the value you provide. You don't need to ask them to do it. They've seen the value you provide. And this is the easiest way to go at 0 because you have no audience right now. And by the way, even if you're like a small creator that just like can't seem to grow, this is where you want to be. So if you're like a YouTuber and you're getting like, 100 views per video or something, or you're like a Twitch streamer, you're getting like 10 viewers per video, like you can 10x yourself overnight by doing this because you'll just find people that see you as valuable and engage with you, right? So find ongoing topics and meta topics to respond to them with insightful commentary. Start your own long form threads on topics related to your brand. Long form threads are an incredibly successful, people have been incredibly successful with this. It's a super easy way to start growing a brand on Twitter these days. I don't know how much longer it'll last, so for the duration of this video, at the current time of this recording, this is the most effective way to grow on Twitter. I'm going to show you Sahil Bloom, who has grown a 100,000 person newsletter simply by doing these long form threads. A long form thread is where you give some kind of value in multiple threads. You just go through here and you can see that each one of these is a separate tweet with its own separate engagement. You can see like on this one, there's like over 2,000, 3,000 retweets. And then your engagement will drop because people will stop reading naturally. But it's a very powerful way to grow a brand. And in my community of both on Patreon and people that are following me, that are doing this to an incredible degree. Small creators are growing quite a bit by posting, even gaming creators, like posting commentary about something like Destiny 2 or Overwatch or Valorant or something in it. It doesn't have to be just like education. Like you may think that this is, it does turn out that a lot of people that are using this strategy are educators. However, it is absolutely successful for people that are like in gaming or meta topics or whatever. Twitter rates these really highly, and you can really just reply to yourself and go through. So creating long form threads is a really great way to get discovered, especially using hashtags early. That's a very good way to go on Twitter. Likewise, you can join Twitter Spaces. This is kind of something I don't see anybody doing, but it's actually crazy. I was really interested in Web3. I mean, I'm still interested in Web3. I can't talk about it because like they'll come. The comment section people, they'll come. Okay. All right. Okay. We can't talk about that. But I was joining those Twitter Spaces, and I was super surprised. I was getting hundreds of follows just by being there. And I was like, wait, what? Why? And it just people were clicking on that profile and going through. So again, that concept of being in the right place and trusting people that you're adding value. How about on like Reddit? Okay. How would we use this kind of principle? So subscribe to and post in channel subreddits and add actual value, right? choose 3 to 5 subreddits that relate to what you do, and post them. Now, it's especially important on Reddit that you follow the don't ask about and follow your own stuff. Reddit hates that, subreddit admins hate that even more. If you are going to do it, follow the general guideline of 10 to 1, which means you post 10 times value with no ask or advertisement, and maybe 1 time your own video, whatever. There are a lot of people that have succeeded by not doing 10 to 1 and just spamming their stuff on different Reddits. I mean, you know, your mileage may vary. This is just how I like to do it. I don't generally do like gray hat, black hat marketing. I think authentic marketing where you really provide value is going to show itself up and eventually is going to be like the right thing. So I kind of operate from that basis. Your mind might go to different places. You can try different things. You know, I'm agnostic to it. I don't care. Quora and Ask websites. So these are participating in as many questions as your niche allows. So if you go to any of these like kind of Ask websites where people are trying to find out like an answer to a question, like how do I get to 15% body fat in 6 months as a 25-year-old male, right? There's like tons of questions like that. And you're in the fitness industry, you go answer that question. And again, just provide as much, I mean, you are the expert, right? Like you've already decided that your niche is this, and you've decided why you're an authority, right? So there should be no question that you can provide value by answering this question. So go in, deliver as much value on the answer to that question as you can, and then get out, right? Now, the 0 to 1 strategy works most effectively if you set up some parameters for how many times you're going to do this per day. So on Twitter, this is really easy to say, I'm going to reply to 3, to make it reasonable, right? I'm going to reply to 3 different tweets every single day. I'm just going to go through my, and you're going to cultivate your timeline so that the people that you're following are people that you want to reply to, that are maybe large influencers, maybe they're people in the space that are thought leaders. You want to reply to those people with a valuable comment. Believe it or not, valuable comments stand out everywhere because there's so much on these platforms is trash. People are desperate to consume good, positive interactions. Almost everything on Twitter, Reddit, whatever, it's just dog water. It's just bad. So if you actually take the time to build valuable comments and post them, you will be surprised that people will click through and they'll start following you and they'll check out the stuff that you have. I've seen this happen again and again with people that are starting from 0, and everybody that is at 0 with their brand or as a middle-sized creator wanting to get more presence out there, or as a person who's trying to, like a middle-sized creator, but they don't feel like they're an expert yet, should be doing this. And it's a very easy strategy. You just kind of set yourself up with how you are going to do this by counting the number of times you're going to do it per day. So I might say something like, okay, I'm going to do 1 high-value Reddit post, I'm going to do 3 replies on Twitter, and I'm going to do 1 Quora every day. How long total is that going to take you? Like 15 to 30 minutes maximum? And that is going to be infinitely more effective than the 30 minutes extra you spend editing a video, or the 30 minutes extra you spend on your live stream, or the 30 minutes extra you spend like on trying to figure out your product market fit or whatever. This is actual hand-to-hand interaction, like with potential customers, right? It's basically evolved direct response marketing. So 0 to 1 strategy, I think, can help basically almost anybody. I've even seen a lot of large brands engage in this. So if you go and you look at, some of you actually might even be familiar with this, you go look at anybody like Wendy's or Arby's, you'll see that on Twitter, they have 3.9 million followers. And if you go to their tweets and replies, they are super, super active, right? So even just like, obviously the guy's not working on, but you can see this person is using 0 to 1, and this is a 3.9 million Twitter account, right? So, and it's just a person writing stuff that isn't really about Wendy's. Like this person's like talking about music, right? It doesn't have to be. It's just engagement, and it works. So you'll see a lot of companies that have revitalized themselves by building successful social media strategies are doing this. Notably in the gaming industry, there was Corsair and Razer. I'm not sure if they're still doing it because their teams have changed, but previously were gaining a ton of traction by doing this. And Corsair in particular had a very successful Reddit just by engaging people and talking about their questions about their products and things like that. So what's so cool about the 0 to 1 strategy and why it applies to a lot of people that are not only just like smaller creators is that the bigger that you get, the more stuff you have to talk about. So if you have like a product line, you talk about people that are engaging with your product, that are working with your product. They're like, yeah, I've bought your product before. Oh, cool. Tell me about it. Like, what do you do? Right? Like, there's more engagement there. So a lot of like even very large brands can find a way to use this or delegate it out to a person and have that have that on their social media account. And yeah, that's 0 to 1. So next we're going to go to one of the most important marketing concepts that I know about. I'm going to tell you about. But first, that's right, you've reached 24 minutes in a Devin Nash video, and if you're still here, I want you to tell me about it in the comments section down below. Thank you for being here. Hey, I got 2 really cool things to tell you real quick before we get into this really important funnel strategy and syndication strategy as part 3 for growing the brand, and that is number 1. If you are interested in this kind of thing, thanks, it's free. I'd love you to subscribe. You can check out my Patreon, patreon.com/Devin Nash. There's a link in the description down below. For $5, get access to over 70 videos that are all about business building and just being updated all the time. And that's it. There's other tiers if you want to look at them, but the $5 gets you all the videos. And the next thing that I want to talk to you about is my own agency's creation. It's a brand new product called Novo Nexus. Novo Nexus is for creators. If you are a creator looking to get sponsored, listen up. This is a totally free service where you're going to go to nexus.novo.tv. It's going to give you an easy sign-in. Just go ahead and do that, and it's going to give you a survey. So what I do at my agency that I don't talk about a lot is I connect with hundreds of brands through our team that we reach out to. And those brands are looking for people that are authentic and want to actually advertise their products. We link brands and those creators together. It doesn't cost the creator anything. We are on the brand side, so we do a percentage of the total deal. So if you want to get started in getting sponsored and you're a mid-sized or large creator or even a small one looking to grow, nexus.novo.tv, just take the time to sign in and take the time to take the survey and you're done. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. You get access to a really cool dashboard, which is going to tell you about your deals and show you any kind of active deals that you got going on. So I'll link that in the description down below and you can check it out. Creators, pay attention. It's a great way to get sponsored and get cash deals. No mobile game BS, no affiliate links or anything like that. It's all cash deals, all white glove handled by humans. All right? So thank you for checking those 2 things out. Let's get to the syndication strategy and platform strategy. So you've done your 0 to 1 strategy. You now have got that planned out and you've answered a lot of critical questions. You're going to want to start thinking about your actual marketing strategy. Okay? And marketing strategy can best be described on what I call the funnel or the ice cream cone. And this is as follows. We're going to draw a circle. I don't like that circle. We're going to draw this circle. We're going to draw 2 lines. Maybe to get your ice cream cone. Alright? Now, I want you to think about one that is for ants. How do I make that larger? Oh god. There we go. I don't understand the new paint. 20? One main platform, intake, top funnel, and 2 small platforms, and then ask. Okay? And we're going to explain that. So the idea is that a customer is going to always start here, okay? At the top of the funnel. When a person first hears about you, this is your YouTube view, this is your person running to Instagram. It's not an engagement, it's just a person, it's what's called an impression. An impression means it's a person that is seeing what you have to offer, whether it be your content or whatever your value is, okay? Starts here. So your main intake funnel is going to be where customers find you. So it could be, and there are different platforms that are better for this, okay? So for example, like TikTok, fantastic place for people to find you. YouTube, fantastic place for people to find you, right? Twitch, horrible place for people to find you. Medium, not so good for places to find you. Really good for bottom funnel, and let me kind of explain what this concept means, right? So as a person comes into the top of the main platform intake funnel, they're going to go check you out more if they like you, and they're going to go check out things that you do as far down as they can go. Now you're going to lose customers at different parts of this. Either they're not interested, or they just like fall out, or whatever, or they're just not as dedicated, right? Like most people you're going to lose right here. They're not even going to fall into the funnel. most people, they're gonna see an impression of you, and then some percentage is gonna be like, that was cool, I'm gonna check it out. Depends on your value, depends on how good your content is that you're creating, depends on the brand you're building, right? But most people are just gonna fizzle out here. Don't be depressed, it's completely normal. The best of the best get fizzled out here, they get millions of impressions and their conversions are down or are low. But people will check them out. And very few people will get to here. These are people that truly find value in everything you do and basically watch everything you do. Now I think here, if you want to, these kind of like last two or even this one are where you can actually ask for anything money related. Everything else needs to be free and highly valuable. If you ask for anything money related, it's got to be down here, and it's got to be behind something that is truly providing value to people, right? No BS. Way too many people are asking for money here, like maybe your first ask or even your second ask, like, hey guys, okay, check me out on YouTube, and then it's, oh, go buy my product, right? Like right in the middle of the video. So don't do that, right? If you're going to do something like where you are going to benefit from it in some way, make sure that your product or your service is really good or free. So for example, like I just talked about Nexus, our new service at our agency, that's free, the credits, right? You can just sign up for that and you just get deals. So there's no cost to you to doing that. That's why I offered that here, or I would never offer it here if it cost money or something. Here on the main intake and is going to be where you decide on what your top funnel is. So it can be TikTok, it can be Twitter, it can be YouTube, basically how people find you. Then from there, you're going to have two smaller platforms that you syndicate to. And for this, I want to talk to you about long form strategy and syndication strategy. So what is syndication? I use that word a lot, actually too much. Syndication is taking a piece of content and pasting it, copy paste, somewhere else. Super simple. I take a 4-minute video that I do and I also put it on Instagram. Why? Because the idea is that there's a different user base there, and there are people that are going to consume that differently than what they found on. They never found it on the other platform. Right? There's so many different people in the world that the impressions that you get on Instagram versus the impressions you get on TikTok versus the impressions you get on YouTube or Facebook are going to be completely different. And you can apply this anywhere. So like, there is no functional reason why YouTubers should not put their videos one-to-one on Facebook. The only reason is laziness, which is why I don't do it. But that is literally, there's no reason, right? Like it's going to be a separate audience. It's going to be people that are going to check you out that didn't find you before. Syndication is a great strategy. So typically, how a lot of content creators are doing work now is they have a long form strategy, which is like a video that's like 8 to 12 minutes or longer, or a piece of content that's like 8 to 12 minutes to consume or longer. And then they cut that down into shorter form content that they then put on their secondary platforms. So you might have, let's draw a couple of circles here. Red for YouTube here is going to be your top of funnel. And then, why did I do that? Okay, and then what color is TikTok? I guess like black. This will be black for TikTok, will be your second small platform that you're going to syndicate to. I really, when I say small, I mean syndication. So let's kind of like put that here. And then kind of cross this out, because that word doesn't like really make sense. Okay, so syndication. And then your, maybe your third platform is like what? Like, I don't know, Instagram? Instagram will be here, but it will be a circle. And this could be how customers find you. And that's it. You don't want to do any more. Because the more that you do when you're a small brand or a mid-sized creator, just you're going to get overwhelmed, and none of your stuff's going to be quality. That's why what I initially meant by small, what you really want to focus on is this main platform right here. And you want to do the work to put in the quality there. If you can't even get the quality on that one main platform, don't even bother to do the next two. Right? Just like put the quality into the main platform that's going to get you the results and focus on that. And this should be the entire focus of your top funnel. And it should be the platform with the greatest growth opportunity that you have, as well as aforementioned strengths that you have here that you decided you have. Okay? So long form strategy means you take one piece of like 8 to 12 minute content, you cut it up into like maybe shorts, that are like edited, and then you put it on 2 other platforms. But if you are a small to medium brand, you can succeed by just posting consistently and improving your quality and being introspective on one main platform. You don't necessarily need to do the syndication strategy. The syndication strategy for smaller creators is usually so that you can, there's a lot of creators actually that they start on one platform but they actually belong on another. So what syndication strategy actually does is let's say that you start on something like YouTube, but then you do a short and your TikToks take off and you're like a huge TikTok creator, didn't even know it. Syndication actually allows and increases the probability that you're going to succeed. A lot of people, they like for streamers, for example, when you start a zero stream, you should stream to like 15 different platforms. And the reason is because you might never take off on a platform like Twitch, but you could be the world's biggest YouTube streamer and not know it, right? Or you could build a huge following on some other platform that you're not even aware of yet. So what this does is just increase your options with absolutely no downside, and there's no reason why you shouldn't do it. Cool. So that is the idea of the funnel. And generally speaking, on funnel marketing, especially for like this video and like smaller brands, you really shouldn't even be thinking about like I wouldn't even think about like here, right? Like the vast majority of people, I would say like YouTube, I would put it at like 50,000 to 100,000 subscribers. Twitch, somewhere around that same follower count. Instagram, I would even put higher at like 200,000 to 300,000 followers. Twitter, I'd put lower, like 50 to 100,000 again. But and TikTok like is weird, like follower counts like don't really matter. And people are more used to advertising on platforms, so you could get started a little bit earlier. But the idea here is that you do not focus on monetizing and advertising until you are of those certain sizes I just mentioned. Now, I understand that that could be hard because you're probably thinking about, I want to make money immediately, but I'm here to tell you something very important, which is something that I'm going to reiterate from the beginning of the video. If you are expecting instantaneous results on building a brand, that is a loser mentality, and you are not going to succeed. It is really hard to build a brand, and building trust in other human beings is something that just innately doesn't come on the first or second impression. Take it like a date, okay? You're dating somebody. Let's say, hey, come back to my house, be my girlfriend, and let's get together. And it's like you just met this person 10 seconds ago at the grocery store. Are they gonna say yes? No, right? Like no one's gonna say yes to that. Or a very small subset of people, and probably the ones you don't want, aren't gonna say yes to that, right? But if you build a relationship with that person over 3 to 6 months, and then say that, right? Almost everybody would make that. Like yeah, of course, right? So this is applying that same principle, like with relationships and friendship, to how you talk to and interact with people that are following you, right? You want to actually provide real value and real trust to them before they engage and go sink down this funnel, right? And ideally, you should really hate to ask people. I think the best content creators in the world hate to ask people this stuff, right? The reality is you got to get paid, and that's just business. And for a lot of content creators, advertising is not going to be enough for them, especially on platforms outside of YouTube, where there are some YouTubers who just make money off of ads and they're pretty happy with that. But generally speaking, not gonna like be a full-time type of thing. You kind of have to ask your customers for stuff eventually, and hopefully you're doing something that is valuable enough that when you ask your customers, they're actually getting value from it as well. So it's not just like a raw ask, hey, give me money. They're getting something from it as well. Maybe it's an educational platform. Maybe it's an opportunity for them to grow, right? Whatever. There's a classic reason I don't do courses because I don't like the idea of asking my customers for money in exchange for learning something. I think I should do that for free. That's why I'm here doing this video for free, right? So even if it's really good information, I don't want to give it there. A lot of people are thinking, hey, I just want to create content. I don't really care about this. I just want you to buy my thing. So all I'm doing is I'm making a video so that you buy my thing. That's why I'm really doing it. What you're doing is you're underestimating your customer. Your customer, people that are viewers, like they're smart. They suss that out. They know when you're not really there to provide value, and they know when you're not real. They know when you're just there to provide, like it's so obvious. And the problem is I can't describe how it's obvious. There's something inauthentic. There's like a lizard brain thing that like, and I know all of you that are listening to this, you've encountered it and you know it. You know when somebody is kind of BSing you and it's not fitting right, and that they're not really there to provide value. They just want something from you. Just like in real life, like you know when somebody comes up to you and is not about to provide you value, they're about to ask you for something. Or they're about to sell you something you don't want to buy. There's that feeling of kind of sleaze in that you want to get rid of. So if you're in that mindset and you're here to make a quick buck, brand building is not for you. I recommend direct response marketing or paid advertising. That's a much better feel for that. Some kind of direct sales where it's just like, hey, here, like it's like the scales, right? The value of what I'm offering is just going to be based on the product or service. That's it. But brand building is really for people that want to build a trustworthy relationship with their audience and do not, hopefully in the long term, don't want to screw them over. You want to provide actual value, whether it be entertainment or education, and you're in for the long haul on that. If you are really one of those people, and we need more of those people in the world, then you really should only be thinking about this for absolutely as long as possible. If you are still thinking about growing, then thinking about this kind of stuff should be absolutely tangential. Do not think about it if at all possible. Use the techniques in here and really try to add, what I keep saying that word over and over again, just adding value and just like sitting back and thinking about what is something that I can say that will really move the needle for this person, or some kind of experience that I have, or some kind of information that I've come across, video that I've watched, cool clip that I've seen, funniest comedy sketch that would make this person's day, and send it to them with no expectation in return. And you'll find that you'll build authentic relationships with people, just like you would if you were doing this in real life, trying to build friendship. It takes that kind of work, and it takes that kind of time, and it's hard. It has to be hard, or everybody would have a brand following. And the reality is, like, every single person on Earth only has 24 hours a day, and they can't increase that amount of time. And they've got to devote a bunch of that time to a whole bunch of stuff they can't help, like sleeping, family, obligations, job. So what is going to be the thing that somebody is going to give you their absolutely precious attention for? They can give their attention to anybody in the world. Why are they going to give attention to you? And why would they give attention to you if all you're doing is hammering them, asking that they give you money? You've got to provide something that is worthy of that attention. So for every single person trying to grow a brand, I challenge you to think about that. What is the thing that is going to make it worth that person's attention and time? So that I know I'm taking from them, that I can provide them that value back 10x, 50x, 100x. Okay? That is the introduction to building a brand. Thank you everybody for coming out for the video. I really hope that this was helpful. If it was, please leave a comment. Check out some of the other stuff I have in the link in the description if you want to see more of this stuff. I really appreciate your time, and if this has been helpful, let me know. Thank you everybody. See you next time. Bye. Okay, hello. One of the biggest changes for live streaming ever announced has just been announced, and literally everyone has it wrong. So if you are interested in the live streaming world at all, we absolutely have to talk about this subject. I am seeing a ton of misinformation and news about this. Twitch scraps exclusivity clause. Now you can stream on different platforms. Exclusivity clause is now a thing of the past. Twitch partners are now allowed to stream on other platforms. Twitch announces the end of exclusivity. Okay, it is super important. If you are interested in the broadcasting world, or you are, especially if you are a live streamer or thinking of being one, you absolutely need to watch this video that we are going to break down in great detail, as we typically do on this channel, what exactly this means and the truth behind it, because there is so much misinformation going on. People have gotten this completely wrong, and they just didn't read it. And so we're going to read it, and we're actually going to talk about what goes on. But why do you care? Well, because I'm Devin Nash. I co-own an agency called Novo. It's a marketing and advertising agency where we work with hundreds of creators and bring them cool deals to increase their sponsorship revenue and get products and services out there. So I love marketing and advertising. I talk about it a lot, and usually in really long, deep depth dive videos, which is not going to be the exception here. We're going to explain the whole thing. We're going to go through it. And to do that, we first need to start on what happened in the past. We have to understand exactly what the past was. Then we're going to go through the actual announcements. And finally, we're going to talk about why Twitch actually did this and what actually changed, which it turns out is very little if anybody did their homework with it. Seems like nobody did. I'm looking at all of these people that responded to this, and everyone universally is just like reading the headlines, like rare, massive W, wow, right? Like, okay, everything changed, but what really changed? Well, that's what we need to understand today. And I feel like if people just read the announcement, we could have figured that out, but we're here, so let's go. Okay, so we need to establish what happened previously. So before this announcement, real quick, there's basically three things to understand, okay? Streamers can't multi-stream. number one, or simulcast. They mean the same thing. So you cannot stream to other platforms at the same time as you're streaming on Twitch. Okay, that was before. Number two, you could always turn off your stream and then turn it back on somewhere else, and that was fine, right? So exclusivity only applies to the content that's on Twitch, that's being created on Twitch at the time. If you are not on Twitch creating content, obviously they can't do anything about that. I would argue that they can't actually do anything about the content you're creating on Twitch at the time, but that's like a whole legal thing that we don't need to get into. So that's going to take me a 15-minute rant, okay? The content on Twitch was exclusive to Twitch for 24 hours, which means it can't be put anywhere else. But in the history of Twitch, this was never enforced. Meaning that technically, if you stream something on Twitch, stop streaming, put it on YouTube within 24 hours, can't do that. But that was never enforced. Big streamers like XQC Admin will always upload to their YouTube channels, and no problems. So this big thing is what everybody's talking about has changed. Twitch streamers can't multi-stream or simulcast. But the truth of that is something much more, much different, what people aren't really thinking. And I do want to show you this, which is, I just pulled off of the internet. And that's just the affiliate agreement exclusivity, so that we can be absolutely sure that we understand what this says. So this is a bunch of legalese, but basically says that once you start an initial broadcast, that content is exclusive to Twitch for a period of 24 hours. There it is, right? And you can't put it anywhere else. But that is, so the keyword here is starting from the beginning of the initial broadcast. Meaning that if you end that broadcast and you start another broadcast, that's fine. That's never changed, right? But you can't distribute or broadcast live content that you are currently live streaming, so you can't multi-stream, okay? So, what changed? Now that we understand exactly what the previous stuff was, so what has actually changed now? Well, it turns out it isn't what you think. And some super smart industry people have identified why. Let's actually look at the announcement, okay? So we're gonna break this down. Starting today, you are now allowed to create live content on other platforms, okay? You can stop already there, right? You were always allowed to create live content on other platforms. If you wanted to stop streaming on Twitch and then go stream on YouTube, in the same 6-hour interval, you can always do that. There is no way that Twitch can stop you from creating content on another platform unless you are under a specific agreement where they pay you for your content to be exclusive to their platform. That's called a media rights deal. We're going to talk about what that means later. But for everyone else on the partner contracts or affiliates, you are a 1099 contractor. The exclusivity clause that I showed you before is what is in your affiliate or partner contract, assuming that is up to date. I just pulled off the internet, so who knows? And I can't show mine on my partner agreement, so that's what it says. But assuming that's the exclusivity clause. There you go. So you can always do this, right? What you couldn't do is do it at the same time. This means that you have more flexibility to explore how to use different off-platform features to further build your community and interact with streamers off Twitch. All right. When we first developed the partner program, we felt it was important for streamers to focus solely on Twitch for live streaming to build their communities. Pay attention to that. That's important later. We still believe that Twitch is the best place for creators to build and engage with their community. We also recognize that digital landscape has changed. Since we've introduced the partner program, many of you engage with your communities in many different places. So we are updating our policy. We will no longer be enforcing this portion of your agreement, and we'll be updating terms early this year. Okay, so that sounds pretty good, right? If you just read up to that point, which I'm pretty sure 99% of people did, then you're going to think that exclusivity is gone because they said they're not enforcing that part of the contract, and it's all good, right? Wrong, okay? So, to clarify, we do not allow simulcasting on web-based Twitch-like services that support streaming for extended periods of time, such as YouTube and Facebook. Because we believe engaging with 2 streams at once can lead to a suboptimal experience for your community. I can't believe this didn't, I can't believe this didn't upset people. It is unbelievable to me that people missed this. I guess because they put it 3 paragraphs down where everybody's CBA. Because they said again over here, we felt it was important for streamers to focus solely on Twitch for live streaming to build their communities. And now they're saying, we don't feel that engaging in 2 streams at once is a suboptimal experience for your community. Why is Twitch able to tell you what is good for your community when they're a service-based platform, right? Their job is to host the content, right? Their job is to host your content. You decide what's good for your community. So what they're telling you is that you still can't, by the way, this is the big thing, right, that nobody understands, exclusivity isn't gone. You still can't stream on YouTube or Facebook. You can stream on short form platforms now, we're gonna get into that. But you can't stream on YouTube or Facebook still. Nothing changed. Then you just can't stream you still can't stream on their competitors. The only reason why they're allowing this is because they don't see the other people as competitors. We're gonna get into that in a bit. What they're telling you is that you can't stream on YouTube and Facebook because they think it's a suboptimal viewing experience for your community. They're telling you that you can't, they think that's a bad idea. They're acting as the parent here, okay? So make no mistake that this is not like a removal of exclusivity. It's deliberately saying we do not allow simulcasting on web-based platforms, and they're telling you the reason is because they think it's a suboptimal experience for your community. I'm going to tell you what the real reason is later on. Surprise. Spoiler alert, it has to do with money, okay? However, we know many of you want to use other services to grow your community. So, simulcasting on short-form mobile services, such as TikTok or Instagram Live, is allowed. Wow. Right? The reality is that Twitch could have never policed this anyway. TikTok Live is a sea of nonsense. There are thousands and thousands of streams on there, and unless somebody is on Twitch deliberately saying TikTok Live on their screen, this was not an enforceable thing. Same with Instagram Live, right? What they're doing is they're allowing you to simulcast on these platforms and they don't see them as threats. They don't see TikTok and Instagram Live as long-form platforms where you can build a community. And a couple of people who are really heated on industry stuff actually figured this out. So Ryan, who I talk about a lot, is formerly the head of YouTube Gaming, says he likes it, right? The next step needs to be to allow for simultaneously being able to stream to other platforms. They're still blocking this. The advancement in software streaming tech, multi-streaming should be allowed too. Streamers aren't allowed to broadcast their Twitch stream over to YouTube and Facebook except for an extended period of time. Twitch says that simulcasting mobile services is fine. This is still bad for creators. Let creators be free. So far, I've seen only like top industry professionals actually understand that this is not really a removal of exclusivity. That's why it's so important that we talk about this. In their FAQ, they don't mention anything about this. But so there's a question that says, can I turn off my Twitch stream and immediately start my live stream somewhere else? Or is there an amount of time I need to wait? They say yes, once your live stream and you may live stream elsewhere immediately. That is not a change, right? As I showed you before, that is exactly the same. And then again, there's an FAQ that says, can I stream simultaneously on other platforms or services, also known as simulcasting? We do not allow simulcasting on YouTube or Facebook, right? So they repeat their announcement here. So again, you can't do it. Exclusivity is still in place. Nothing changed except that you can stream on TikTok now and Instagram Live, I guess, which is kind of cool. Thanks. But it's not this like purported removal of exclusivity. If it really was, you could stream on YouTube at the same time, which would actually be beneficial to your brand. This whole thing of we believe that engaging two streams at once can lead to a self-full experience for your community. This is a meme that I have continuously shown is not true. There's multiple studies on this, and if you want more information on this, you just type Devin Nash multi-streaming. Does restreaming grow your stream? 2 years ago, all that is exactly still true. The new future of live streaming is a video about this, so you can just go check. And I also talk about this with Ludwig and Mizkif. Those are all on my channel and everything too. But the short of it is that multi-streaming, just to be super clear on this, in fact, it's so clear, we're going to use the notepad. Where is the notepad? I hid my taskbar so that you guys had a better view, a better viewing experience for my community. Okay, multi-streaming. There is absolutely no reason to not do this. People say, well, it impacts your chat experience. You can literally just read questions from chat. People like, oh, people are going to be upset because if they see something on YouTube that's not on Twitch, like they're gonna like, well, I'm not part of that chat. You literally just say,
thank you.
Oh, this person from YouTube asks this question, and then by the way, you're also calling to action that you have other platforms. It's like in that way. There is no loss in viewership. There's gains in viewership. Every single affiliate on Twitch, I always recommend it should start by multi-streaming on every platform possible, because there is a chance that you grow on one platform and don't grow on another. And there's a huge amount of problems with Twitch discovery, even to this day, where small broadcasters are not getting discovered. So you absolutely should multi-stream. It was never really enforceable. They can't go through every affiliate stream and stop you from multi-streaming. So I constantly said that it's totally fine to multi-stream. It doesn't ruin your community experience. It doesn't ruin anything. It only helps you diversify and grow. Syndicating content only helps you diversify and grow. Why wouldn't it, right? Appearing on, if I am selling hot dogs to 10 people, maybe one wants a hot dog. If I sell hot dogs to 100 people, maybe 10 people want a hot dog, right? I sell more hot dogs if I get more impressions, more views, always better. It just makes sense. So to do this, I just covered this so extensively, I'm not going to do it here. Okay? So now, why has Twitch done this? Right? What is the real reason that Twitch does this? And what's going on? Well, to understand why Twitch is not allowing YouTube or Facebook streaming, you have to understand something called media rights. Media rights is a super important thing to understand. And media rights live streaming deals. So you may have heard about like the $90 million OWL Twitch deal, or the $100+ million OWL YouTube deal. You might have heard of the Riot Games $100+ million streaming deal, right? These are all media rights deals. A media rights live streaming deal, okay, which could also be given to streamers, means that someone who owns the content can license it to be exclusively broadcast to a platform, so Twitch, YouTube, etc. And this license is worth millions of dollars. In the sports world, the traditional sports world, this is worth sometimes hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, where is the NFL going to show up? Where is the NBA? Where is basketball going to show up? It's going to show up on this channel. Well, that channel pays for that because the creators of that content is the NBA. So in exactly the same way, Overwatch League or any kind of big events like E3, they can sell their exclusive rights to a platform like Twitch or YouTube or Facebook or any platform really to be broadcasted there. People will pay a lot of money for that because people will go want to watch that content. You also have to understand a slightly different thing, which is a Twitch premium contract. This is the contract that gets the 50s to 100, top 50 to 100 creators, right? But really like top like 200 to 500 creators, which means Twitch pays a top creator to stream exclusively on the website. Okay. Basically, they license your content exclusively to Twitch. And that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with this. That broadcaster is signing an agreement that says, hey, I'm getting paid. This is my content. I'm agreeing to license my content out to this platform in exchange for monetary value. That has been reported in the millions of dollars. You can look at like Ludwig and Lily Pichu have talked about this, and This Guy's Toast have talked about these larger contracts that are getting issued. And people have also heard about Shroud and Ninja being moved over to Mixer for millions of dollars. This is all premium contracts, right? Mixer paid for the rights for that to license that content there. So in that case, they actually are exclusive to Twitch, which is fine because that's a media rights licensing agreement. That's totally fine. Licensing agreements happen all over the world and all over the agency world. It's totally fine. The difference is that it is much more murky when Twitch says to a affiliate, especially, but also a partner, hey, you're a 1099 contractor. Our agreement is we don't pay you cash to be here, but we do host the platform for you. And we take a percentage of your sub money and everything else. You need to be exclusive to us. That's really shaky. Never been challenged in court. Not sure what would happen if it did. But that's a really weird one, especially because Twitch is working out of California, where historically non-competes and exclusivity don't do well in jobs, especially when it comes to like talent or entertainers, which can be argued that's what people on Twitch are. So Twitch never really enforced this for affiliates, and as far as I know, just nobody tried to multi-stream. So Twitch is so let's go back to the big reason. So why Twitch has done this, right? Well, if you understand what a media rights deal is now, you understand why they can never allow simulcasting or multi-streaming to something like YouTube or Facebook. because then they can't ever get basically the rights for them to, let's say that they pay like XQC $1 million, okay, a year. So I don't know if that's the actual number. Obviously it's not, because you get paid a lot more. So let's say they pay $1 million for XQC to stream exclusively to Twitch. XQC does have some kind of paid agreement as of the time of this recording, as do most of the top creators. If Twitch allowed, through their contracts, exclusivity to exist, to not exist, like all these announcements are saying, then that media rights deal wouldn't exist, because XQC could just do it anyway, right? So they need the media rights deals to exist, so that they can get these huge deals from publishers and put them exclusive on the platform. Like now, you could still do a separate agreement outside of that, and that might be fine. But overall, they're doing this because they, number one, they don't see TikTok and Instagram Live as a serious threat, right, to their business. Why not? Well, because it's short form content. It doesn't build community in the same way, and no problem, right? And number two, so they don't see TikTok and Instagram Live as legit competitors, right? And number two, they still don't want people to stream with legit competitors, build their brands there, and then leave. So they keep long form exclusive. YouTube, Facebook. Okay, let's talk about number one first. So TikTok Live came about a year ago, and TikTok Live is an insane platform. Okay, and when I say it's an insane platform, I mean that like TikTok Live like actually has thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of users, and I was just gonna pull it up, but it turns out I can't because I actually have to log in, which might take some time. This has to be for phone number, etc. But were you to go to the front page of TikTok Live, you would, and I encourage you to go do so on a browser or whatever, you will see there are actually streamers with thousands and thousands of viewers that are selling things. And it's monetized. There are, you can donate little emotes like flowers and stuff in chat for bits effectively, and you can pay people to do things. So there's all kinds of cool businesses on TikTok Live, like people that sell like little eggs. This is my favorite one. And you don't know what you're going to get in the egg, so they sell the egg, and then they open it, and they show you what's in the egg, and they ship it to you. And that's like a $10 donation or something to do that. And there's all kinds of little businesses on TikTok Live. So TikTok Live is exploding, right? There's millions and millions of users. And the argument I think that Twitch is thinking about is that, well, if we allow TikTok and Instagram Live, this is going to be seen as like a really positive PR move. Everyone's going to interpret this as us removing exclusivity, and it's going to be great. And it won't really threaten us because nobody is going to stop streaming on Twitch to go to TikTok full time. I think that's an enormous underestimation of TikTok's power. And I have recently been talking about in my Patreon community that TikTok is under the magnifying glass of the Department of Justice and a bunch of U.S. government institutions appropriately, because they are releasing a ton of information on their servers to everywhere. So despite that, though, it doesn't seem like there's been some word that TikTok is going to get banned in the United States. It doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like there's probably too much money involved for that to happen. And so TikTok has become an actual contender in the live streaming world, especially for IRL content. Twitch has the niche on gaming. If you're a gamer, you've got to go to Twitch. But IRL content on TikTok is larger than it is on Twitch by a huge margin now. And Instagram Live, that is just a weird place. And I agree with them when I think that it's not a serious threat to their business. But I think TikTok is a contender and can easily build a community that can supersede Twitch in short time. They've done that with long form, and they got YouTube worried because they started creating video content on YouTube that was long form. Same on TikTok, now upload longer videos. And that was scary for YouTube. YouTube tried to compete with TikTok via YouTube Shorts, which has actually been pretty successful. It's getting like billions of views, and it's growing super fast. So they don't see TikTok as a real competitor. They're giving us this kind of like handout because they want the PR move, and they think that TikTok is not a serious business. Okay, so but number two, right? They still don't want to compete with legit competitors, right? And build their brands there. If you look at every single streamer who was paid to leave Twitch and is now on YouTube, I think without exception, There might be like one exception. Every single one of those people has more viewers concurrently on YouTube than they did on Twitch. So, put another way, most of the people that leave Twitch and go to YouTube are getting more viewers. And this is actually the case. So, why is this the case? Why do people get more viewers on YouTube after leaving Twitch? Well, reason number one is Blue Ocean strategy, which is a marketing concept that says that if you have less competitors, but the demand is relatively the same, you will gain more market share, right? Pretty simple, just means more viewers. So there are more viewers on YouTube than there are on Twitch. It's 200 to 1, 200 viewers for every 1 viewer on Twitch. There are less streamers, right? There are at some points more streamers than there are viewers on Twitch. It's for different categories of games. So Twitch is extremely saturated when it comes to live streaming. Everybody, especially gaming, everybody thinks of it. So all these viewers are there, but nobody is streaming there, relatively, right? So you can just go there and get those viewers. But YouTube also has discovery. So you can search something like top Fortnite gameplay, and you might find a live stream on the search bar, and people will discover you. Whereas on Twitch, you can go to the Fortnite directory, you can scroll through for like an hour or two, and you will find 0 viewer streams that nobody is actually ever going to find, because that's like even the recommendation system cannot support how many people are on Twitch. Like, it's just too saturated. Okay, so generally speaking, once these larger streamers leave YouTube, once these larger streamers leave Twitch, they get a paid offer from YouTube, one of those premium media rights deals I was talking about before. They go there, and they find they have more viewers, because their existing YouTube audience is already there, some of their Twitch audience goes there, and there's discovery from YouTube, and new viewers come in. And for some of these broadcasters, for a long time, they didn't have a lot of new incoming viewers that were coming into Twitch. It was mostly just their existing community. And by going to YouTube, they actually revitalized their careers, because YouTube had more discovery of people that hadn't heard about them before, and all of a sudden they kind of started popping off on YouTube. So YouTube has been if you listen to any of the people that have done like their post-analysis, right? Just go to any of these people that have left. They have had enormous success with YouTube, and a lot of them enjoy being there. And many of them are still there, like Courage, like Valkyrie, who have renewed their contracts with YouTube. So YouTube is doing great. Twitch knows that, and so they do not want to drop exclusivity. Now, they also see Facebook as a legit competitor. Facebook also has Blue Ocean strategy. It also has discovery, but as of yet has not. Just like I don't completely know why Facebook hasn't built the live streaming community that YouTube has. I think it's a combination, because the Facebook gaming department is like really trying to do it. I think it's a combination of the fact that like the Facebook demographic, the people that consistently use Facebook, are just maybe less interested in that, and also some kind of quirky type stuff like real name discovery on Facebook and some of the features of the platform. But it's worth noting that many people have left Twitch and gone to Facebook and used Blue Ocean strategy and the discovery on that platform to be more successful than they ever would have been on Twitch. And I will say, without any unequivocally, if you are a brand new live streamer, you have a much higher chance of succeeding on YouTube or Facebook or any long form platform than on Twitch. Full stop, no exceptions. It is extremely difficult to build a Twitch brand from zero unless you have an existing audience that you can pull from somewhere, or you are doing external marketing, and you have to do YouTube videos and long form content if you are going to grow on Twitch at all in 2022. Period, end of story. That's it. Okay? So, Twitch knows all this, and that is why they are keeping the exclusivity on YouTube and Facebook. But interestingly, I would be curious what really happens when this is challenged, because most people that are headline reading this announcement are not going to get to 26 minutes in a Devin Nash video. And if you got 26 minutes into a Devin Nash video, this is the secret call out. Oh my God, let me know in the comment section that you're 26 minutes in, that you are one of the deep divers. You care about the research and the real work we do here, a lot of research. thank you guys for supporting this. I have no sponsors, so I just want to say thank you to everybody that supports the Patreon. Patreon.com/DevinNash. For $5, you get over 70 videos about business and marketing that I make every week. And a bunch of other stuff too. $5, super worth it. And the other thing I want to tell you about is if you're a creator and you're watching this, check out nexus.novo.tv. That is my company's service. Totally free, no BS, no ad, no nothing. You sign up, you can take a survey, and we get you sponsorship deals. It's that simple. I don't guarantee we can get you sponsorship deals. We have a ton of creators signed up, over 900 creators signed up just over the past week since we announced it. But if you're a creator and you're looking for more sponsorship opportunities, that is the place to go. We basically built it as a resource for creators for free to get more deals. We make money off of brands, so we don't pull money from creators, and it's a super simple business model. You can go check out more about it on my Twitter or at nexus.tv. I think is our website. Just search. All right, so thank you guys for supporting on Patreon. Thanks for signing up for Know the Nexus so we can help more creators. And we're gonna get back to the video. 26 minutes in. Leave a comment. Thank you guys. I always love reading the comments to see who has survived this long, and so I put them somewhere in the never at the same time. I want to keep you guys on your toes, but you mostly are watching these videos. Okay, so Twitch knows that YouTube and Facebook are legitimate competitors, and they absolutely know that if they were to drop live streaming, they put their media rights deals in question, but also they allow a lot of these really big people to find out that, wow, like I'm actually getting a lot of viewership on these other platforms. And I think one of the best examples of this that we had in recent memory, and in 2021, 2022, was a streamer named Destiny, who for a while was actually live streaming both on Twitch and YouTube because his partnership was revoked for some angry tweet or something, I don't recall what it was. And he eventually did get permanently banned on Twitch. However, during that time, we saw him retain his viewership on Twitch completely, but also double his viewership on YouTube. Why did that happen? Well, because Destiny has an existing audience on YouTube. So if we went to YouTube right now, and I show you can see here, he has about 475,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. So what happened was all of the viewers who were on his Twitch channel, and then basically stayed there and watched it anyway. But then the viewers from his YouTube, who are similar viewers in some of the demographics, and sometimes the same viewers, but actually quite different. This is a big fallacy in marketing that a lot of people don't understand. It's really interesting that it says that a lot of people don't think that your audience is the same across multiple different platforms. It's generally not true. There's generally maybe a 20-40% crossover. But in reality, people that watch Devin Nash on YouTube may never have watched me on a live stream, right? Or likewise, people that watch Devin Nash on YouTube may not follow me on Twitter. Some do, but generally my audience is going to be different in those places. That was shown to us when Destiny was actually multi-streaming. On Twitch, he had the same viewership, and then he doubled his viewership overnight on YouTube. And so his total concurrent viewership went from like 4,000 to like 10,000, which is a pretty massive jump for a live streamer. And indeed, he also doubled his revenue by doing that, because now you're making all the money off of the donations that you're getting on YouTube and all the subscribers that you're getting. So this is actually I guarantee you that if XQC or MizKid or any of these Hassan Ali or any of these broadcasters that have some kind of YouTube following were actually allowed to live stream to these other platforms, they would double their viewership simultaneously. So they have all those viewers on Twitch and they have all those viewers on YouTube, and then they would make way more money. But there's two reasons why this doesn't happen. Reason number one is because these streamers just don't understand this kind of stuff. Like nobody gets 30 minutes into a Devin Nash video. They just don't get this. And then the second thing is Twitch is paying them for them not to do this, right? So some of the agencies that run these larger broadcasters understand this, and they're saying, hey, like my guy could be making a lot more money on YouTube if they're simul streaming this, or if I'm selling those content right deals. So what are you going to do about that? And Twitch goes, oh, they're right. We actually need to pay for them to be here. So that's why you're seeing like those top 100 to 150 people that are consistently getting those paid contracts are getting them so that they prevent them from going so that they don't multi-stream and then realize that they're going to get revenue. But any live broadcaster that has a sufficient following on those platforms could easily start up their stream, and they could double the stream and then probably double the revenue, or maybe even more, because sometimes that happens. It's kind of a crazy thing, right? that people don't understand. So I have seen a absolute ton of wrong information here that Twitch doesn't like just drop exclusivity. But it's just objectively not true. Like they're still holding exclusivity on all platforms that matter. Live Instagram live, sure. Like my argument is that even massive live streamers would have they would have been able to live stream on Instagram Live, and unless they were deliberately like talking about it, there's no way that Twitch would have like gone on their stream and enforced that. But certainly like any broadcaster like the 100 to 1,000 viewer range, they were never going to know anyway. So this is like this concession doesn't matter, right? Like we're making all this news and we're talking about this getting thousands of retweets and everyone's like huge PRW whatever, like massive win for Twitch, and it doesn't even matter. Like this was not a this is not a concession because they never were going to enforce this anyway, right? Like they were never going to be able to enforce short form content. Like if I'm here and I'm on YouTube right now, over here I got my phone and I'm like also on Instagram, you're never going to know. I could have been streaming to Instagram Live this entire time, right? Or TikTok while I'm making this recording, or this was a live stream would have been the same thing. Nobody would have ever known, right? So it's so unlikely that it's ever going to get enforced. When it comes to their legit competitors, exclusivity still exists exactly like it always has, and beyond that, nothing has actually changed. So there's a lot of people in esports that are saying, oh, like now can we co-stream OWL, or can we co-stream like Riot Games or whatever? Now again, that is dependent on the agreement of the media rights live streaming deal, right? So like in the case of OWL, who is, I think, as of the time of this recording, sold its media rights to YouTube, it would be up to OWL if that could be co-casted on Twitch. It's not up to Twitch, it's not their content. They don't own it, right? YouTube owns the license to that for the duration of that contract. So for any media rights deal, it's the person that has been licensed that content that makes sense. For everything else, it's the person that owns the content, right? Twitch is making the argument that they can tell you where to be and when to be, and they certainly can for their paid people. I would take issue with them being able to do that for everybody else, but we'll see, right? Regardless, exclusivity is still alive and well, boys, okay? And I am disappointed by many of the Twitch representatives, industry professionals, and people that say that it isn't, because they are giving this information to broadcasters. So I endeavor to try to repair that by making videos like this one, but because it's a very comprehensive topic, hope the people, I do really appreciate the people that have actually stayed and listened to this. It's a massive, massive misinformation on this one. And like Twitch, I don't expect Twitch to remove exclusivity from Facebook and YouTube or any long-form platform that matters anytime soon. And if they really are for the content creators and the people, like they say, then they would remove that. Why wouldn't they, right? Because do you actually believe that they're not removing the Facebook and YouTube exclusivity because they believe that it's a suboptimal viewing experience for your community, right? Why should they be telling you what your community is good for and what's not? Shouldn't you be the one that says that? Do you really believe that Twitch is holding back on eliminating long-form exclusivity because they believe it's bad for your community?
Yeah, one of those trolls would be nice,
Twitch, right?
but you know,
taking care of the community for you.
we make do with what we've got.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for coming out. I hope this was useful to you. I make these videos so that it helps people understand these complicated issues, and I will make more. Come talk to me on Discord, discord.gg/Devin. I'm there all the time, and subscribe to the videos if you like. Thanks, and I'll see you again next time.
Okay, we are done. So let's see. I'll get this camera out. Right, so what I've done now is I've actually masked this all off. So I have this section here, got part of the roof, so I can kind of have the camera back here, and kind of semi-covered, covered to about there. I might even make that kind of more a hexagonal shape, but I'll leave that for now. So I've done that part of the roof. Yes, I've masked. Don't worry about that. That's masked to that part of the wall. So that is pretty much it. So thank you for joining me on this little painting adventure, and I'll see you next time. Yeah, anyway.